Okay,
Halo,
hi.
selamat siang semuanya.
Yeah,
Oh ya, silakan Vindi.
yeah,
Lu buka dulu aja.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, how are you today? I hope everyone here are blessed with health and happiness. Thank you for your time to spare your weekend schedule to join this enablement or training about technology platform that we will use on this hackathon competition. We also appreciate a big thank you to our trainer here, Mr. Dedi Arisandi, Mr. Amson Ujung, and Mr. Vincent to join us, and will deliver the material training for the participant here to prepare the technology platform knowledge. So for today's schedule, we will have two sessions. The first session will be from OutSystems. On the session, we have Mr. Dedi, Mr. Amson, and Mr. Vincent as our trainer. The session will be running for 2.5 hours from 1 until 3:30 p.m. Indonesia time. After that, we will have a break time for 30 minutes for you to eat, pray, etc. And we will continue to start the second session on 4 until 6 p.m. Indonesia time with TvExtract technology that will be delivered by Mr. Lim Junrong and Mr. Oyen Chun. Don't forget, on this enablement, I want all of you to be active and make sure you understand the material. If you have something that you miss or not clear for you, please don't hesitate to ask the trainer or committee team here by raising your hands or put it in the chat box. We definitely will answer it on this session. All right, so without any further ado, let us now start the first session enablement of OutSystems by Mr. Dedi and Mr. Amson. Please, gentlemen, the stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Vindi. I forgot that we have to use English and PhD.
Yeah.
I was started in Indonesia, so thank you for that. So good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So if possible, all of us, please turn on your camera so we get to know each other. We already do this by online, so it's very hard for us to know which one is you or which one is not. Usually I recognize my voice, but we have like 60+ people in here, so please, by all means, turn on your camera if possible. If cannot, then it's okay. Okay, so the last 2 weeks we have learned on OutSystems. We have also learned about the TvExtract. We have also learned about UiPath. What else? Just three? Anything else? Hello.
Maybe business requirement.
Business requirement. Okay. So what else?
Flow chart.
Flow chart. Oh, what else? What else? Functional requirements. Okay. Oh, what else? Anyone else? Anything else that you learned on the past 2 to 3 weeks? Anything else? We got low code, we got UiPath, we got TvExtract, we got functional requirements, we got flow chart, performance gathering. What else? Scrum Master. You learn Scrum Master in here? Oh, you learn a lot. So can someone explain what you have learned on the OutSystems? Just 1-2 sentences, please. Anyone? Such a passive team. Please turn on your mic and start telling me. What is OutSystems?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
About OutSystems.
So you are with Esther. What's your name? Sorry?
Esther.
Esther.
Sir.
Esther, good to know you. So what have you learned?
About OutSystems, just try the different way to make app mobile with low code. I mean, like not with the common programming that we've known, but with OutSystems. Just it, sir. Just a little bit, not really deep.
What is your experience when you take a look at our system and when you start playing around with it? What's your first experience? It can be good, it can be bad. I don't mind.
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
What is your first impression on the art systems? It can be good impression, it can be bad impression. Both I'm okay. But I need to know your impression. What do you feel learning art systems?
I think it's not a bad impression because I'm not really I'm not really familiar with software. And then I think that system make it easier. So I just try to understand to use art systems. Sir.
Oh, have you completed the training materials on the reactive web or the traditional web? Have you completed them?
Not yet, sir.
Which one have you started?
Yes, sir.
Which one have you started learning? Oh, not yet for all of them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So that's our systems. What's your, this is for other participants as well. How about your iPad? Anyone can share what they feel about learning your iPad?
I want to share, but I cannot turn on the camera because my PC do not have a camera on.
Okay, who am I talking to?
I am Dariana from IT.
Marliana, okay. Good to know you.
So your iPad is like making automation, but it's a robot, but it's on software, like making a bot, something like that. So if you want, like we are familiar with a bot, like ticketing bot, like something like that, who can do automations with the software inside our computer. And that's what I talk about the iPad.
What's your impression then? Do you find it useful? You find it really complicated? Or you find it very hard to do?
I even plan to make a bot to buy a concert ticket, I guess.
A great idea. Sounds like a great idea. Yeah, you have to be the first to do the request, to click buy.
Because it's very challenging to buy a ticket when the artist is so famous.
Sounds cool. You make a good use of the robot. So play around and you find, I hope you can learn and do and become the certified consultant. Okay. For TvExtract, what have you learned? Anyone? Anyone have learned the TvExtract? What did you learn? Ini jangan spotlight dulu, ntar aja.
Iya, Pak. Just
Kita ngobrol dulu aja. So TvExtract, what have you learned? Anyone? Anyone?
I think we just got introduced to machine learning and image processing last week. Using Python and Jupyter, I guess.
Okay. What's your experience? What's your first impression when you take a look at the application?
Actually, I don't fully understand the, the explanation before, so yeah, I'm trying to understand it like now.
You know, it's totally okay. The first time I heard about it, I also did not understand. So it's okay. You don't have to be an expert at the first time learning. It doesn't matter. What really matters is the way we try to learn. If we really want to learn, or we just let it pass by. Because this is one of the chance. This is one of the moment where you need to get your names noticed by the others. Okay, this is the time where you need to shine. Raise your hand, tell your opinion, share your ideas. Because this is the competition. If you do not shine in your competition, if you are not acknowledged by the others during the competition, then the competition will do nothing to you. Okay? We have been selected, we have been collected in a group, we have been trained, and you compete. When we do compete, we need to let the others know that we are the competent one. We are the amazing team. We're the great team. We're the great people. And the way to do that is for you to share your ideas. Raise your hand, tell them your opinions. This is my idea. Even though it's wrong, it's okay. Even though you tell me right now, I do not understand. It's very complicated. It's okay. But I get your names. I get Esther, I get Brianna. I get 2 names right now. The ones that can share the ideas. Be brave enough to tell the ideas, even though you are not so familiar yet, even though it's very complicated, it's okay. At first, we all find it complicated. Even me, even Amazon, even Vincent. We're all technical guy, but we still find it difficult. So it's okay. Okay? What really differentiates between us and the others is that, are we willing to learn or not? Once we learn, do we want to try to understand or not? Because those applications, no matter how complicated, no matter how hard, there's always a way to learn. And it's up to us. You want to learn? You can. You don't want? It's up to you. Okay? Your life, your choice. Pick the one that you want. But at the end, when you see that it is moving towards your goal, then go ahead. If it is not, find something else. Okay? Now, this is the third week, if I'm mistaken, and the second session of OutSystems. I want to talk more about OutSystems with you guys. So, anyone can share more? Those who, for example, those who have completed the training, who have started the training, what do you do, and on which part that you find it complex, or which part you find it complicated to do? Anyone? No one? No one have started the training? Wow.
I just one part.
Sorry. Who am I talking to?
It's me. I'm sorry, but my English are bad. My English is bad.
It's okay. We are Indonesian people. our Indonesian is good. Our English might not be good. So it's okay.
Thank you,
Share
sir.
experience. It's okay if you want to share in bahasa. I don't mind. But
Mm-mm.
please share.
Baru mulai ini sih, sir.
Baru mulai
Dari
ya?
20 course-nya kan ada ngetes satu course dulu tadi kemarin. Ngetes satu course-nya itu enak sih, sir. Karena kan videonya pendek-pendek. Ada kuisnya juga
Agree?
di akhir.
Betul. Betul. Setuju. Dan di dalam kuisnya kan masing-masing bisa pilih kan. Kalau jawabannya salah, terus balik lagi dong.
Oh,
Baca lagi
kemarin
kan.
sih langsung benar sih, jadi gak ngetes salah.
Luar biasa. Kalau gua masih banyak salahnya sebelumnya. Oh salah, oh ya salah. Jadi banyak yang saya nggak tahu dulunya. Pas belajar juga banyak kelewat. Jadi pas tesnya, oh iya.
Kalau misalnya
Experience.
Felici lihatnya kayaknya OutSystems kan banyak pakai drag and drop-nya. Mungkin agak nggak terbiasa sih, karena kan biasanya pakainya code. Kayak di UiPath juga gitu sih. Banyak drag and drop-nya, jadi lebih susah dibanding kita yang nge-code.
Betul. Di awal-awal memang begitu, Feli. Lebih gampang kalau kita mau bikin tab juga gampang banget kalau kita coding kan. Bikin aja input source-nya satu text box kan langsung dapat tuh text harian mau pakai seberapa langsung kan. Tapi along the journey beberapa tahun ke depan lo akan menemukan bahwa akan makin banyak yang pakai software quick drag and drop.
Iya.
Jadi selama lo masih punya waktu, coba lo lihat deh. Kalau ternyata menarik, lo lanjutin. Kalau ternyata nggak cocok, ya sudah cari yang lain lagi.
Jadi pengen nyoba-nyoba sih, mumpung masih ada waktu kan.
Oh, karena belajar OutSystems dulu itu I take 1 bulan. Terus saya belajar. Tapi waktu belajar saya itu cuma 2 jam per hari. 1 sampai 2 jam sehari. 1 bulan. Tiap tengah malam. Nah, waktunya cuma ada tengah malam. Jadi jam 11 sampai jam 12 malam itu waktu aku belajar. Makanya banyak yang kelewat. Banyak yang salah. But 1 bulan kemudian, I learn, I can. Suruh development, bisa. Suruh baca, suruh cari isunya di mana, bisa. Gitu.
Jadi pengen bisa kayak share sih. Hanya kan juga ini agak mepet juga waktu.
Betul. Nah, that's why I share. Saya cuma pakai 1 jam tiap malam. Jam 11 malam sampai jam 12 malam. Nggak ada yang gangguin lagi. Kayak depan. Oke, jadi lu juga cari waktu lu sendiri. Lu mau jam berapa? Terserah lu yang putusin. Oke?
Oke, share. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing, Feli. Good stories. Let's we all be honest. I tell you my honest story as well. 1 month for me to learn. First, fail. Okay. Now, siapa lagi? Who else can share the story? What have you learned specifically on OutSystems? What did you try? Have you created the applications? Or please do tell.
Sir, I want to share my experience again with OutSystems.
Sure. Diana ya ini ya.
Sir, pasang kamera.
Oh.
Kemarin saya
Gimana?
buat aplikasi pakai yang mobile sih, masih nyoba yang active mobile applications. Terus sudah buat kayak simple student management gitu sih. Kayak
Apa manajemen? Sorry.
Kayak student management, jadi buat
Student management. Oke.
Jadi student gitu, dan udah bisa di-build sampai bisa dipasang ke HP saya seperti itu. Dan saya ngerasa kayak, oh ada ya aplikasi kayak gini. Terus ngapain saya buat tugas besar itu susah. Itu sih. Oh, ya.
Bener banget.
Susah.
Kalau udah tahu ada toolsnya, tukang skripsi akan lebih nyaman. Karena kan publish application-nya kan. Yang dilihat kan yang application dan logic di belakang ya. At my time, waktu itu gue belum ada ketemu aplikasi kayak gini. Jadi gue juga harus coding Java. 3 bulan atau 4 bulan baru jadi aplikasinya. Sama, tengah malam juga. Kok ini jam 10 udah mulai. Every night, every day. Kalau udah ketemu aplikasi kayak gini tahun itu sih, I just use this application. Very simple one, click publish, done.
Iya
Semua
benar.
bisa coba, dosen-dosen bisa langsung connect, bisa langsung coba kan. Jadi kalau lu bisa utilize tools ini untuk prepare deskripsi, ini kan bagus banget. Dan dosen-dosen pasti akan lihat lu udah adapt dengan condition sekarang. So it will be very good for you. Good
Benar.
idea, student management ya. Good idea. Boleh. Boleh. Sounds cool. Brilliant. Nah, one more. Satu lagi dari siapa yang sharing? Kalau bisa yang cowok. Karena tadi ada 2 cewek yang cerita kan. Mana ini cowoknya? For the third stories, let's take from the male person. Anyone want to share?
Sorry, maybe I can share with Mr. So I just first of all I'm just finished my not finished yet, but half of it from the training. I just got the half of it because yesterday is my midterm, so I just finished it, and it's
Wow.
pretty
How was it?
terrible.
How was it?
Don't talk about it because it's very hard, and then I'm just busy myself if continue for studying this instead. So what I'm seeing is this OutSystem is very convenient because like the UI, the system, the logic, and then the data, and maybe you want to deploy is jadi satu di sana, dan it's very convenient for maybe prototyping, for maybe requirement gathering for the customer. So maybe this is the app, and maybe do you want to add more requirement or add more feature, and it is very easy to show for the customer how the software will be. So maybe I baru dapatkan itu sih sebenarnya. Maybe
Good.
yeah. Okay. Maybe just that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Akbar ya tadi ya.
Yeah.
Thank you, Akbar. So what you say is right, correct. Jadi database juga di sana, nggak perlu install database sendiri. App server juga ada di sana, nggak perlu install lagi. All of your server dari sana, OS bahkan juga nggak perlu install lagi. Just create the flow, taruh yang lu butuhkan, mau table, mau flowchart, mau text, create the logic behind, publish. Benar ya? That's the way we develop in our systems. So good to know. I do hope your midterm will result in good news for you. We all been there, so I have my time as well. So I do hope you have good news for you.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you for sharing. So we all have heard those stories, and for those who haven't started learning yet, we do recommend you to take the course. You can do it at any time you want. You can take my sample to check it for a day. For an hour a day. You can make 2 hours a day. All is within your control. Take your time. Take the course. Try to learn, and try to clean an application behind. In the course, you see that how we create application like IMDb. So like a movie, review, and rating applications. It already covers a lot of things on how we develop an application. So it's very good. Once you completed that, you should be able to develop on your own. Okay. So today is more on the day that we shared, and we take questions from you as well. Which one is you find complicated? Anything you want to ask? For example, as simple as what is static entity in there. For those who do not understand yet, you can ask. Or even what's the function of aggregate, how we create this table, how do we create custom query for the table as well. So we take the questions. We also will share some of the material from Vincent. He'll be leading the discussion today. And any difficulties you find during the training, let us know. Let us help. Okay. We might not be perfect. We might not know everything. We try to work it out and find it out for you. Okay. Am I still connected? Halo, halo.
Yes, kok. Kedengeran kok.
Okay, I'm back. So without further ado, I'll pass it to Vincent. Please go ahead to share the material, and we take any questions if you want. Okay, you can share by telling us and sharing with us, or you can type in the question or meeting chat as well. Okay, thank you. And Vincent, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Vincent, we can't hear you. Can you? Hello?
Vincent, you are still muted. We cannot hear you still.
Still cannot hear.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and I will share for you how to make one simple app. Actually, it's not really an app, but but yeah, it's maybe. Yeah. So if you still not learning in the OutSystems website, and I will show you.
Okay. Everyone, before Vincent share the material related to how we created the simple application using OutSystems. So the goals today is you guys can get used to the OutSystems environment, how you build, how you get started, and how you check on the application that you are already built. So before Vincent make a demo like how we usually make a application by getting some of what we think it's the basic steps, the baby steps to get getting used to for the OutSystems environment. So before that, I want to ask to all of you, is everyone already create your personal and environment and also install the OutSystems Studio in your local? Great, great. So we will try together. Vincent will demo with you how we create the application. So if you have any question, if you have any difficulties in following the steps that Vincent will share to you for today, don't hesitate to cut the presentation so we can see what the difficulties you face while following the steps that Vincent will share. Yeah. Okay, Vincent, please continue.
Okay. You can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the first first menu when you open the OutSystem. Before you open the system, you must know that you must insert your environment and then log in with your email and password. Okay. The first, I will build a reactive app. So first thing, press click the new application. Oh. And then read from the scratch. And then there is you can choose anything you want, but because because I will build a reactive web app, so I will choose the reactive web apps. You can build the tablet app in here too, the phone app, and then the traditional web. Then I will choose next. In here you can type your application name. So in mine, I will name, and you can type the description. Or maybe you can change the color of the icon, your application icon. Or you can use a custom icon if you have like any other icon that you want to create, or you can use this upload icon. And then I press create app. There is the list of your module. So because this is basic, I will name my module and then just the model type is make sure the model type is a reactive web app. In here you can in this dropdown you can see the blank module type, service, library, and extension. I will choose the create module. Now this is the first. This is the first one you already create your module. And here you can see the interface, the process, and the logic and the data. First, I will show you how to create data, how to create a database. In this database, you can create your own table, your own database, or you can import from the Excel. And I will show you how to import from the Excel. Or I will import and here you can see the alert message. Do you want to import from entity from data? Import the following entity from department Excel file. So in here, I will create the table named department from Excel, and then I just import. You can see on the left side, on the right side, there's a department database. And there is a structure.
Vincent,
Yes.
you need to show them the Excel file first. So it cannot be any format, right? So you have to show what kind of data that consists on the Excel file, so that the team can understand that your Excel file, it cannot be any file. It has to be include some kind of format, right?
Sorry, but I will pause myself. In this Excel file, department file, this is the Excel file that I already insert into the OutSystems database. It's just a simple department name. It's just a department name. So and there is the list of the department data. So the accounting, business development, engineering, it will as a list, as a data in the department database, or I should say entity. And then I will click publish. And then I click publish because you cannot preview your department data yet. Oh, you can see.
Sir, would you please to send the file,
Oh,
the Excel, I mean.
okay, wait. Okay.
Maybe you can send to me, Mr. Vincent, then I will send to the participant in WhatsApp group.
Okay. I already send the Excel file, and you can download it. Right. Now we'll continue the session, and that's how to create the new entity from Excel file. So in the second one, and I will create the entity manually. I will create entity manually. First you right click the database and then just add entity. And I will rename the entity as employee. After you create a new entity, you will already have the column name ID. And this is your primary key in the database. Now I will add a new column from my employee database by clicking the right click and then add entity attribute. And I will rename the column as name. Okay. And I will set the name entity name column as mandatory. So when the mandatory is when your column is mandatory, when you create create or update the data in the employee, you must input the name. You must input your name. It's like you cannot when you create the data, it apa bilangnya tidak boleh kosong gitu. It's and then I will create again email, and here the data type is email. Okay. Next is the title. And make the length of the job title is 100. Okay. Now I will just add another attribute as is manager. And make sure the data type is Boolean. Sorry. That publish the model. And see, when we open the employee entity, it will know data and how to input the data. There's many way to create to input your data to the employee entity. You can use this. You can use logic to create entity, create employee, or you can click this add row, then add row and input your name, email, job title, and is manager. The third one, you can insert the data from Excel too. So here's my employee, here's my Excel. There's a list of name and email, job title, and is manager. In here, you make sure in the header of the Excel table is same as your entity. Make sure it's same. The ID, it will auto generate when you export. It's not export, import your Excel entity to here. the ID will be auto-generate. Like for example, when Deloria is insert into the employee database, the ID will be generated to 0, and then when the data is inserted again, it will generate to 1, 2, 3, and etc. So I will show you how to import the data in the Excel into the employee entity. So the first, you must right click the employee entity and then choose advanced, and then choose this create action to bootstrap data from Excel, and then choose your employee Excel that I will send to you, and then click open. Oh, sorry. Let's close this. I repeat again. Create action to bootstrap data from Excel, and then choose your employee Excel. And then there is make sure that the Excel column in the make sure the Excel column is same as your employee attribute. Bisa gimana? Gimana kalau dia nggak sama? Nah, gimana kalau misal kalau employee is not same as the Excel file? I would say. When they sorry. It's long. And when the entity attribute in the database is not same as the Excel file, it will have a message like this. I will column is not same as the employee attribute, it will have a message not included in the bootstrap action. And the data in the Excel, it will not export or import to the employee attribute in the employee database like that. I will back again. And then click proceed. If the star in the right section is gone, you can publish again. and double click the employee. Here's the list of the Excel file. It's like that. Sampai sini. Any question? Okay, I will proceed to the next. Next, I want to create a screen. I want to create a screen to show I want to create a screen to show the employee data. So the first, in the main flow, you can right click and then add screen. And just the empty screen name. And I will enter the screen name, main screen. Create screen. Now, here's the screen when you already publish and show to the web. Just like that. Then also how to show the employee data, your employee entity, to the screen. So the first, you can use this. You can use a table, or maybe you can use the list. These two, it's actually you can use both of these, but I will use the table widget. And then how to use is drag and drop the table to the screen. And and in the properties, you can drag and drop the entity to here, or maybe sorry, you can double click. You can double click in here, double click, and then choose the employee entity. Select, and here, there's the list. It will be like this. And you then I'll click publish. And then I open in browser. Here's the screen, and here's my table, and the list of employee will be in your screen. So there is a question. What is model used for? And when we use each type of module. So the model will be used for will be used for your screen, for your main website, I think. Yeah. But you can use the other module. You can use the other module to make use the module to make a dependency. Oh. Oh. Okay, the module is used for your main screen, for your main apps. You can use that for your main app, or maybe you can use for a service, like if you, for example, I create another module and then choose the module type reactive web app, for example, and then I create in the other module, I create a logic in it. Now it will use it can be used as a dependent. It can be used to a dependency. It can be used as a dependency when you want to, maybe you can reuse the logic on the other module to my main app, to my main screen. That, and then is the order of entity in database. The order of entity in database must be identical. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if the order must identical or not. I belum pernah coba sih. Tapi biasanya aku selalu nyamain. Selalu samain antara I will match to the Excel header and the database. I will match the order. And how do we make relation between entity? And relation between entity. Oh, I will answer your question earlier. I will answer your question later, and I will show you about the relation between entity later. Is every action done after database? Every action you done, it's boleh bahasa Indonesia lagi. No, every action don't have to create publish. No, you can. For example, I build this. I will client action, and then I build again and build again. It's kalau misalkan take to more action, enggak juga sih. Kamu bisa publish kapan aja terserah. Mau pas buat ini, mas mau buat client action langsung publish bisa, atau mau ngerjain yang lain sampai selesai baru publish bisa juga. Tapi sebisa mungkin sih ya di publish aja. Takutnya bakal terjadi sesuatu, malah apa yang kita kerjakan ngulang lagi dari awal. Gitu. Now I will show you how make a relation between entity. How to make a relation? First, you can use this in the entity diagram. You can use this diagram, and I'll give an example. I will have another database. I will add another entity called project. In the diagram, in the entity diagram, you can drag and drop the table on the entity to here. So I drag and drop department, and it will show the table and the column, the column of your entity. And then I drag and drop again the employee. This. And if I want to create a relation, you can drag that thing to the table, and it will automatically have another column as a foreign key. So and then you in here, it's a one-to-many relationship. And how do I want to make a one-on-one relationship? So the one-on-one relationship is like it. I will add another entity. It's just an example. Then put name. The change, how to create a one-on-one relationship. I want to make the example entity is one-on-one to department. How to create is change, how to do that is change the data type to is same as a department ID in the primary key. Now, department identifier. The primary key in the example entity, it will be a foreign key to the department entity. It's like that. It's called a one-on-one relationship. How to create many-to-many relationship is actually in here. Department is one-to-many relationship with the employee. When they create many-to-many, it's just drag and drop in the employee table to the department. Yes, actually, and then yeah, it's simple as that actually. All right, you're welcome. And now you I want to right now I want to create like this bit create. I want to create and edit the employee name, employee entity. So first, I will drag and drop the text to the add title section. It's for to oh sorry. I will call employee list. And then in the action, I will move the button widget to the action, and I will change the button title by a button name to plus employee. The button add employee will be like a button to the another screen. And how to do that? We will create another screen to we will create another screen name as detail employee. Okay. In the button even on click, just the main flow detail employee to when it's as when you press the button, it will move to the another screen, to the detail employee screen. And then in the name, and then in the widget tree, I will here I create in the detail employee screen. I will create a form. Form is like when you know Google Form, it will have a text box to fill the text box. Yes, like that. Here and I will use the container. It's and just text in. And then in the input text, it must have a variable. So, and how to do that? How to create a variable? You can right click the detail employee and then choose add local variable. The data type in the variable you can create as a text, or maybe you can use as a record. I will create it as a text. And it then the button it has a save button. The save button will be as a save the save what we already input in the form. Next we will create the logic to save the employee data. Just the server action. And how to that? I just add server action. I will rename as save employee. And the server action, you must have input parameter. This input parameter will be like a transfer from your it's like a move. Move your name, email, and job title in the local variable string to the input parameter in the save employee. And then I change the name. I would change the input parameter name to name. We can use add plus source and then match the input name in the input parameter into here. This name, title. It's manager and department ID biarkan kosong aja. The save button. The save button. You can choose the event on click and then pick the new client action. It will create a new client action in the interface. So then can drag and drop the save employee server action to the on click client action. And don't forget to back to the main screen by drag and drop the destination to the end and choose the main screen. It will back to the main screen when the client action is running. It will be back to the main screen. And then publish. So save. It must appear. The data will be saved in the saved to the entity, employee entity. So, price any question? Okay. I will show you how to edit, how to edit, how to get the name, email, job title in the employee list to another screen, First, and then this. Okay, this. Yes, add in. The first you must add input parameter. And the input parameter will be the ID of the employee. So the employee ID. Okay. And the name I will use. Oh, I will use the expression as a button to the another screen, to the detail screen. Okay. Right click the expression, just link to just link to the main flow detail employee. Yeah. In here, your name list in the table, it will be a button to the detail screen. And how we get the name, email, the job title in the employee list to another screen using the employee ID. Here, assign the employee ID to this. You can assign this employee ID. You can assign the ID to and the detail employee. The employee, you can use the fetch data from database to get the employee data from the database that match the employee ID in here. Employee ID here. Fetch data. Then just employee. In the filter.
Vincent,
Yes.
I will pause you for a second. It looks like all the participants have same problem. So actually, Fundro, yes, this is a recorded training, so don't worry. We will share to you the recording later. Also, there will be some kind of files to you take a look later on to practice by yourself. It's available in OutSystems Academy actually, but we already downloaded it, and Vincent will share it to Wendy later on and share to you guys. So don't worry if you left behind by this training. If you're too fast, don't hesitate to answer if you have the difficulties or left behind. But actually, this is a recorded training, so don't worry. We will share it to you the recorded one after this training session already finished. Yeah. All good. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Please continue, Vincent.
Right, will complete. So in here, in the filter, you can add filter to match employee ID in the attribute to the detail employee to the parameter. And then you can use the on after fetch event in here. After the aggregate in here is already fetched the data, it will new client action. It will run the client action that we assign. For example, here, when the data is fetched, it will run the get employee by ID on after fetch client action. And then I will assign the name on the get employee by ID aggregate to the parameter, to the name parameter, email, and job title. And how to do that? It's just assign, drag and drop in here. In the top variable, just the name variable, and the value of the name is the name of the value will be here in the employee entity. Employee name, I will assign the email, and then just assign the job title, and assign set to 0. It's already done. I will open browser. When I want to edit my data, for example, see here we'll get from the table to here, and it will, oh sorry, there is one to forget. I forgot I must create another server action as I did. I can choose here. I can choose employee, create or update employee. It will this operation is will to it can be create the data or update the data. It's like two in one, like a two in one action. No, I will revert back. Sorry. I will create another server action. Yes. Create the input parameter same as save employee, email, job title. And then I will add another parameter as employee ID. And drag and drop the update employee in the data to the action. And then assign the ID. As employee ID. Name. In here in the detail employee under save on click client action, it has a save employee, and I want to assign and I want to input the edit employee server action to here. But how do we how do we know the difference between edit and save employee so that they can use the server action right. Now, first I will create a parameter to the client action, input parameter, and I will name as an employee ID. And then in the save one click, you can use if to see if the employee is empty. The employee is empty or not. So this is the same as a null identifier. A null identifier, it will be the null identifier is same as zero. It's same as zero. So it will now when the employee ID is zero, it will be go to the save employee. It will be save your data. But if the edit if the employee ID that the employee ID is have ID or like 1, 2, or 3, maybe 4, it will be go to the edit employee. So how to do that? The true branch of the employee ID will be go to save employee, and the false will be go to the edit. And here you can drag drop to the main screen. Okay. Assign. We will assign the save button as same as employee ID. And in the main screen, the add input then this that my data. Save. Now my data will be developer OS will be changed. Any question?
Sir, can you please look to save employee logic?
Employee logic. Yes.
Okay, can click the create employee. Okay. How to add the source in here?
Oh, how to add the source in here? In the left and in the
Oh, in the
left
left, yeah. Okay, okay.
in the left of the source in the left of the source, it have a plus button. When you expand the source, it will be have a name. It will be have a record of the, or maybe a column of the employee entity. It's like that.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Any other question?
No?
Okay. The last thing I want to share is the block, the block screen. The block screen, it's same as screen. Actually, it's same as screen, But the difference is it can be reused to another screen, to another main screen. And I will show you. The first, in the main flow, you can right click and then just add block. I will rename the block is but it's simple. And I will add in the show number block. I will add the text in here, and I will rename this is text in block, and I will input to the main screen. I will input the show number block to the main screen. So how to do that? And for that, you can drag and drop the show number to the I want to input on the bottom of my table. And it will show. And I will to input again into my another screen. Input on the top of the name. Okay, and then publish. Will be the block is bloknya bakal ada di sini. And when we go to the another screen, yeah, you bakal muncul. Actually, the block is a feature that really important. You can use your block screen to reuse to the another screen, so you don't have to make twice. You don't have to make double. Any question about block? Really, that's it for today.
Vincent,
That's it. Yes.
I think you should explain also when we use block and when we use the form. So they understand the useful. You said before that the block is very useful while we are creating view in the OutSystem, right? So I think they should know. Okay, this is this block is true useful while I creating a view for my applications.
So, when do you use the block? Actually, mm, when we use the block. Actually, when we use the block, it's actually up to you when you use the block. When you maybe when you want to make this form to be in block, it's okay. And then when you use the form it's used when you make create and edit the data. Actually it's maybe like that. Oh,
Okay, maybe I can add something for that. Yeah, please continue, Vincent.
Okay. Actually the block can be used for your UI, for the general UI. Maybe you want to make a header, make a sidebar. It's lebih enak using block because it will header and sidebar. It will use in general, right? It will use bisa dipakai terus selama screen ada gitu. Itu sih.
Okay, so in conclusion is why block is very important in our system is because it can be reused in other scripts.
Yes.
So you don't have to make a multiple form. Like Vincent said before, okay, I want to make this menu appear every time I open this application, the either web application, either it's mobile application, any applications. So when we create this application, we have to ensure what type of menu, what type of screen that can the font used to be customized. Yeah, you can customize it mainly using CSS. There's a CSS training actually. You can maybe Vincent can overview it how we can customize the CSS in the front end later on. But let me pivot it back to block again. So why it's very useful while creating the applications. So the reuse of the block also you can make like some kind of a general pop-up. You can make it use in any other view or screens. You don't have to make multiple screens. You just make one block and call it in other screens, and the same action will be duplicated or replicated in if you want to make it in many screens. And also actually in the first meeting, there is a question from the participant that is there a certification? Yeah. Okay, so I make a hint. There's a few questions about block in the certificate while you get the certification exam. So ensure you guys understand very very clear about block. You can learn it by yourself. Going to the OutSystem Academy, there will be very clear explanation there. And if you have any question, you can submit it on the group, and we will happy to help you. Okay. Great, thank you. Okay, back to you, Vincent. You may try to show the theme how we use CSS to modify the text in our application.
Um, for the interface, can the font used to be customized? Actually, the font can be customized, yes, but how to demonstrate the font? It can be used CSS, but I forgot how to. This. So first, you can use a CSS. You can use a CSS by clicking this button, Style Sheet Editor. In here, you can input your CSS. Maybe I will change font. Of the font family. And in here, I want to, sorry. I will try to change the show number block font as a Times New Roman. So in the show number block, you can press a button. You can press the style sheet editor in here. Here, there's a tab. There is a style sheet tab. It's a show number, my application theme editor, or OutSystem UI. The OutSystem UI is already built-in the built-in CSS in here. So yeah. In the show number, every time you type the CSS in here, when you maybe your CSS code in here, it just only be used only can be used in the show number block. But when I put my CSS code in my application, all the screen in the UI flow folder, it can use the CSS code in we can use the CSS code in here, all on the UI flow. But when you put the CSS code on the show number, it only can be used in the show number block. For example, when I put on the main screen, and then I put the main screen main screen tab CSS only be used in the main screen. Nggak bisa dipakai di, it cannot be used on the other screen. And here I name my CSS font. Then done. In the text, in the properties, you can see the style class in here. In here, in the input, you can type your CSS header. You can type this. Type here. Type the font times to the side. I will show you font. Oops. There is a suggestion. There is a suggestion. When here is when I sample. Kalau misalkan all of the element of this element header, it will have in the style class. Now the text, it will change as a Times New Roman. It will be same as this. So the text, it will change as will be changed as a Times New Roman, like the CSS code that we input. Okay, actually the demonstration it's already finished. Maybe you can have a question. Maybe you can tell me a question. Other question not related to the demonstration, feel free. Actually, that's it. I will bring back to Mr. Ramson.
Okay, thank you, Vincent, for the training. Later on, there is a file actually that we will share to you guys. Vincent, you may share it to Windy, and Windy will share to the participant related to how you getting used to for the in your personal environment. There is a difficulties actually in the beginning that actually shared by Esther. Yeah, I forgot her name already. So actually, well, when you start this creating the application using this OutSystem, start thinking with three main ingredients: data, interface, and the logic. data will be represented by the entity. So Vincent already demonstrated either you create it by yourself or you import it using the Excel format file. And view will be represented by interface. So how you represent your data to your user, to the users. Oh, I want it on the form, I want it on the list, I want it on the text input, I want it to insert, edit, or delete. You may represent it in the interface. So how we save it? How we save to the database? I want it as for the format of the data should be different while I'm saving it to the database. Okay, the number while the user input from the interface should be multiplication. So when you where you make the logic of that, you make it in the logic. There is a logic representation there in OutSystems Studio. So the general thing is, if you maybe ever heard about MVC, model viewer controller methodology, that's the same. That's the same as OutSystems. So the model will be represented by the data and its entity. The view will be represented by interface, and the controller will be represented by the logic. So by that, you will be very easy to learn and also creating the application using this OutSystems. Okay, any other question? Yes. All good? All good. Okay, thank you. Anytime, let us know if you have any question while creating your application. We will very happy to help you. Any difficulties? There is, like I said in the first we met, there is no stupid question as long as you have the spirit to learn and build the application using this system. Okay, great. Thank you. I think that's all from us. Windy, get back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vincent and Mr. Amson. For Mr. Dedi, is there anything you want to add?
Hi all. Ben, may tapi like tutup. Double tutup screen-nya.
Mr. Vincent, can you? Okay, thank you.
So one last thing is that the timeline for this competition is short. We only have like 1 month. Masa di spotlight lah. Win. Ngobrol aja langsung gini. We only have 1 month to develop the applications that each of the company has prepared for you. One might be too hard, one might be too simple for you to do. But what they really try to look at you as that your creativity on how you expand the solution, see what really matters to them, why they really need this solution. And for UiPath and OutSystems, TvExtract, all those trees, it's not an easy solution. It's a complex one, it's complicated. But once you get the hang of it, you know it's not that hard. It's not that difficult for you to do. But the time is very limited, so please make a good use of your time. You only have like 1 or 2 months, 1 or 2 weeks left to learn. After that, you'll be briefed with the use case. After that, you'll be very, very hectic. A super tough 1 month for you to do. That's the challenge and that's the fun of it. Okay. November, if I'm mistaken, or December, you need to have the presentation. December, yeah. December, you present. Hope you can make good use of this training session, and the best of luck for all of you. Thank you.
All right, so that's it for today's first session of OutSystem Enablement. Thank you so much, Mr. Dedi, Mr. Anson, and Mr. Vincent for your time. It's lovely to have you with us to share more about the OutSystem. Okay, we'll take a break, guys. Thank you, Mr. Anson, Mr. Vincent, Mr. Dedi. Okay,
Thank you.
we'll take a break and we'll continue. Thank
And see
you.
you in the final.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we'll take a break and we'll continue at 4 p.m. Indonesia time. Feel free if you want to leave the Zoom and come back again at 3:55 p.m. Indonesia time, but the Zoom will still open. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, General.
Hi, good afternoon, Wendy. Nice to
Yeah.
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, so far so good lah. How about you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I'm pronounce your name wrong. Is it correct?
Yeah, it's correct. Junrong, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No worries.
We already share access to you for your share screen. Can you try it?
Okay, give me a moment. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Perfect.
great. Okay, let me present my slide. This one. Okay, so can you see my slide now?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's it.
Okay, nice.
Okay, maybe some participant will ask a question during your presentation, so maybe you can check the chat box.
Sure, no worries. Okay.
We will admit the participant in, I think, 5 minutes later.
Sure. Just wondering, the participants are from which country?
The total of the participant is 78,
78.
but 71 is from Indonesia, and the 4 of them is from Malaysia, and the other is from South Africa.
South Africa. So mainly 3 countries lah.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Yanjun want to join?
Let me text him.
Okay.
Because just now he told me that he was still outside, and I'm not sure whether he can make it on time or not.
Okay. We also live in the YouTube, so people in YouTube can see us.
I'm so nervous now. Actually, this is my first time conducting a so-called workshop or sharing session with the participants.
Yeah, it's an honor for us.
Oh. Okay. Yan Chun said that he's coming now. He's joining.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, let me check if everything's working.
Maybe I'm gonna opening before your start your session from read your summary and Mr. Yanjun.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Mr. Enchun.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good evening, everyone. So far, so good. Thank you, Miss Yui.
Yeah. Okay, we actually will admit the participant right now. So are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Jessica, we can admit all the participants. We will wait the other participant to join the Zoom.
Yeah, sure. No worries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll start now. Hello again, everyone. I hope the break time are enough for you. And now we continue to the second session of enablement today. So in this session, we will learn about one of our technology platform we can use on this competition, which is TvExtract. And here we have Mr. Lim Jungrong and Mr. Oyen Chun. I will read a summary about Mr. Jungrong. Mr. Jungrong is a data science software system developer at Technology Visionaries. He has graduated from the Tunku Abdul Rahman University College with a bachelor degree in data science field. He is currently pursuing his master degree in the computer science field and is expected to graduate in 2024. His area of interest is computer vision, image processing, and cloud computing. During diploma study, Mr. Junrong had a chance to undergo a 3 months industrial training as a quality analyst intern at Finexus. During his bachelor's study, Mr. Junrong actively participated in various kinds of competition that were organized locally and internationally. And while pursuing his bachelor's degree, Mr. Junrong joined Technology Visionaries in January 2022 and started off as a data science intern. And for Mr. Yanchun's summary, Mr. Yanchun is a data science software system developer at Technology Visionaries. He has recently completed Bachelor of Computer Science with honors in data science at the institution of Tunku Abdul Rahman University College. Currently, he is conducting research for a Master of Computer Science and was interested in the area of image processing and machine learning. In Diploma Internship Program, Mr. Yanchun undergoes a 3-month training as a Flutter application developer in a startup company. In the bachelor program, Mr. Yanchun participated in the hackathon activity organized by Tunku Abdul Rahman University of Management and Technology. Later in the course, he joined the Technology Visionaries in January as a data science intern. Thank you for your time to spare your weekend schedule to share more about TvExtract to the students here, Mr. Junrong and Mr. Yanchun. We appreciate a big thank you. So for today, we will have 2 topics that will be delivered by our trainer here. The first topic will come from Mr. Lim Junrong with From Image to Text Processing, a guide for beginners, and continue with Mr. Oi Yanchun with the topic Image Preprocessing and Native Extraction. I would like to remind you to be active and make sure you understand the material. If you have something that you missed or not clear for you, please don't hesitate to ask the trainer by raising your hands or put question in the chat box. All right, without any further ado, let us now start the session Enablement today by TvExtract. Mr. Lim Junrong and Mr. Oi Yanchun, please, the stage is all yours.
Right. So thank you so much to our moderator, Vindy. So before that, can I ask you guys a question? So how is everyone doing? I heard from Vindy that there's a participants from Indonesia, South Africa, and also Malaysia, right? So how are you doing today? Is everyone feeling sleepy or feel very energetic to join this session? Doing good, sir. Great. All right. Okay, it's glad to see that. Hope that everyone is not feeling sleepy. Otherwise, I'll feel very sad. All right. So okay, good. So let's get started. So as introduced by Vindy just now. So my name is Junrong, or you can just call me JR. You don't have to call me so formally, sir, because I'm just like 20-something years old, so you can just call me JR or Junrong, okay? So I'm currently a data science software system developer at the Technology Visionaries in Berhad, which is a AI solution provider in Malaysia, okay? So I graduated with a Bachelor of Computer Science in Data Science and currently pursuing my master's degree in the Computer Science in the Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, one of the prestigious universities in Malaysia, okay? So my area of interest is basically image processing, AI, and also cloud computing. Okay, next. So before we talk about image processing or text processing, can I ask you guys a question? So what do you think is AI? Or in your opinion, what is equals to AI? Maybe you can just open up your mic to answer, or you can just type in the chat box so that we have more interaction. Machine that can learn by itself, okay? Is there any more comments from the floor? A machine that we train to think like, yes, correct. Maybe one more from anyone? Like, what do you think is AI? Like maybe robot or any other things which is equivalent to AI? Simulation of human intelligence applied to robots. Yes, correct. So all these 3 comments or feedback given by our participants here are actually correct. So if AI stands for artificial intelligence, okay? So if let's say we split the words into 2 words, it it's actually artifice and also intelligence. So artifice, according to the Google definition, is that clever or cunning devices or expedients, especially as used to trick or deceive others. Whereas intelligence means smart, you are clever, or in Bahasa Malaysia or Bahasa Indonesia, we call it bijak, right? Or pandai. Okay. So this is basically, so it means that if a system is able to think like human, react like human, and take the necessary steps to do something, then we call that as AI. So robot is one of the example of AI, which uses AI technology. Okay. So according to the father of AI, which is John McCarthy, he once said that making a machine to behave in ways that would be called intelligent if a human were so behaving. Meaning to say that if the machine is able to imitate the human, do like what a human do or behave like a human, then it is called AI. It's called intelligent. And there are 4 approaches of AI, which is think humanly, act humanly, think rationally, and also act rationally. Okay, so acting humanly simply means that we act like the machine acts like a person. So the classic example of this think humanly is that Turing test. I'm not sure whether you guys have heard of this Turing test or not. So this is basically a test where it is which it is involving three personnel, which is a machine, integrator, and also a person. Okay, so what is this test about is that they are basically placed in 3 different rooms. Okay, room number A will have this machine, and room number B will have the actual person. Okay, and then the other one is basically the integrator. So what the integrator did is that he will basically ask the same questions to the machine and also the person in the 2 different rooms, and then they have to, both the machine and also the system, the person has to give answers and to deceive the integrator so that the integrator cannot differentiate which one is machine, which one is a human. So if let's say the machine is able to do that by giving a good answers and also to pretend like it is a human, then it is the Turing test is considered pass. Means that the machine is actually very intelligent lah, because even the integrator as a human ourselves, we couldn't even recognize which one is a real human or which one is a machine. Okay, so this is what we call as a think humanly, because we want the machine to think like a human. Next would be act humanly. So act humanly means the difference between this acting humanly and also thinking humanly is that think humanly is only concerned with the action, the outcome. We just give the outcome without having to think about it. But thinking humanly means that you're concerned about the action, the outcome of the product of the human's thinking process, whereas act humanly means that we are it's concerned about the modeling human thinking processes. Then the third one will be think rationally. So think rationally simply means modeling thinking as a logical processes where the conclusions are drawn based on some type of symbolic logic, meaning to say that we want the system to do some analysis on its own and then to imitate the human and think rationally. And for act rationally, also basically the same, which is performing actions that increase the value of the state of the agent. Like for example, let's say we are talking about playing games with playing online games or maybe some mobile apps game. If we play with the opponent, which is a machine, the machine or the agent that's playing a game will always act rationally so that it can win the game. So this is basically the approaches of AI. Okay. So far, is there any questions from the floor? Is everyone okay with that? The definition of AI and also the approaches of AI. I know that maybe this one is a bit boring lah, because theory, we don't like it. But please wait for a moment, because we start with the theory first, then later on we move to the practical part, which is more interesting lah. All right. So I don't see any comment in the chat box. Then I assume everyone's okay with that.
Yes, General.
All right, thank you, Enshin. Yes. I think there's a question from Shifa. Is it? Correct me if I pronounce your name wrongly. Shifa, are you typing or do you have any questions? Okay, good. Great to hear that. Okay, so if there's no questions from the floor, then I'll move on to the next, which is why AI is so important, or what is the benefit of using AI? So in here, I actually list down 5 benefits of using AI, but in fact, there are more than that lah. So the first one is reduction in human error. So the phrase human error was born because human often make mistake. Like we normally, like for example, let's say when we are doing examination, we always make mistake, and we don't want that to always happen. But for computer is very less prone to error, meaning to say that it is much more reliable than human because they have a very high percentage of doing the things correctly. Okay, so they don't often make any mistakes if they are programmed properly, like provided the person programs the machine properly. Because anyhow, machine is actually programmed by human, right? So of course, if the human give wrong input or not correct input to the system, then the system will perform as expected lah. Because we have a phrase called garbage in, garbage out. Okay, so with AI, these decisions are taken from the generally previously gathered information, meaning to say that this AI already have the some predefined data set, or they already have the information that has been collected early on. What they do is that they do analysis and then they just respond accordingly. So that's why we say that when you're using AI, the chances of getting errors is actually very low. Okay, because they have a set of algorithm which they already pre-train it. Next, take risks instead of human. And actually, this is one of the biggest advantages of using AI, because we can always overcome many risky limitation of human by developing an AI robot, which in turn they can do something risky for us. Like for example, going to Mars, going to moon, or maybe a diffuse a bomb. All these can actually be done by AI because all these are considered dangerous and also some risky jobs. Okay, so this is the advantage of AI. And the third one is high availability. So I believe that all of us here, we are not working 24 hours times 7, right? Because they will be very tiring. So we can actually apply AI in the industry to help us to do some job. Like for example, let's say we talk about the can manufacturing industry, the can defect detection system. So I believe that in the good old day, before you actually distribute all this canned food into the market, so there will be a group of people who will be inspecting the can to make sure that it's not defective before going out. But can you imagine that if I ask you to do that 24 hours, it's very tiring, right? Or if I ask you to only work for 10 hours, then the remaining time, the company will actually lose money. So by using AI, we can have a system which is able to detect whether the can is defective or not. So I would say that actually AI helps us a lot to ease our in our our daily life lah. Okay. Then the fourth one is the digital assistance. So some of the highly advanced organization, they are using this AI to using digital assistant to interact with the user, which save the need for human resources. Like for example, chatbot. Okay, so I remember there was a chatbot which is called so I can't remember the name of the chatbot, so you can actually play around with that later on. So what they did is that they already trained the system to become a chatbot. So next time when you have any questions, when you send an image, when you send a message to the company through their website, what you're talking with is actually not a human, it's a chatbot, because this chatbot has been trained to handle the user's inquiries and to respond accordingly. So that's why this chatbot thing is actually using AI and it helps the company to save some manpower because we don't need the actual customer service officer to answer the questions raised by the users or the customers. And also the last one will be faster decision. So using AI, like for example, weather forecasting. So actually this weather forecasting system is actually using AI also because we have to because the data is coming in every second. So you have to be fast enough to capture the data and do analysis immediately and produce a result. And you cannot waste any time because if let's say you only respond 1 hour later, then everything is different lah. Say for example, by right, now is in Malaysia time it's 5:19. So assuming that 5:30 there will be a rain, but then if we don't use AI, we use human calculation thing, maybe it will take maybe hour or maybe a few hours like that. Then only we can know, okay, after 10 minutes, there will be a rain, but it's already too late because it's 1 hour later, it's already 6:20. So that's why I would say that AI is actually helping us to make a faster decision. Okay. And also another simple example is like the online game, like you are playing games with the AI. Normally they respond very fast right? Because they want to, they already have the algorithm to win in a very, by using very little or shorter second. So this is why we have to, we should always consider AI or in other words, the advantages of AI. And next one would be the application of AI, as mentioned just now. So AI is actually commonly used in the industry, like for example, fraud detection system in a bank. We have to, AI is used to detect whether this transaction is a fraud or not. So if it is, then the bank can take necessary action to maybe reject the transaction or do something to tackle that thing. Okay. Then the second one is voice assistant. So if any one of you is using Apple, so you know there's a feature called Hey Siri, then it will basically you can actually just give a command to the Siri and then he'll do something for you. For example, set an alarm or set a calendar or maybe call your friends or anyone. Okay. Or maybe I think Google Assistant also has the same feature as well. So if you're free, you can also play with that also. Then the third one would be weather predictive system. So like I said just now, weather forecasting, we have to use AI to do the things more accurately and also rapidly because I believe that the data for the weather thing is actually very huge. So it comes in every second. So it will be very fast enough to pick up all those data to do analysis and forecast the weather. And so that the people can, the public, they can know, okay, now maybe 10 minutes later, there'll be a rain. So they'll be preparing an umbrella before they're going out or anything. Okay. The fourth one will be the natural language processing. So in short, we call it NLP. So NLP is the ability of a computer program to understand human language as it is spoken or written, meaning to say that we're actually training the system to understand the words or maybe the words spoken or written by the human. So it is basically the component of AI. And actually NLP enables the computer to understand the natural language as human do. So whether language is spoken or written, natural language processing, NLP uses AI to take real-world input, process it, and make sense of it in a way of a computer can understand. So like for example, I have a friend who is actually working on this I'm analyzing the comments in the Facebook. Like for example, I'm not sure whether Indonesian people is using Facebook, right? You guys are using Facebook, right? Yeah. So normally in a post, there'll be a lot of comments, right? So what the industry people will do is that they will analyze each of these comments to classify whether it is positive comment or negative comment or neutral comment. So if let's say the negative comments outweigh the positive comments, then what they can do is that maybe let's take commerce as an example lah. So if many people is not happy with the products and they post something in the comments box, then the company, what they can do is that they will try to enhance their products by maybe improve the quality of the products or maybe giving some promotions so that the people will not churn. So this is why NLP is also part and parcel of AI, and it's very important, especially during these days. And lastly, is about computer vision, which is what we are going to talk about today. So computer vision, as name implies, we are dealing with images, videos by using machine. So meaning to say that we are actually training this system to recognize or to deal with some images or videos and perform necessarily. Okay, so next one would be computer vision, which is our main focus today. So before that, I have a question again. So in your opinion, what do you think is computer vision? Like, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when we are talking about computer vision? Is there any response from anyone? Like, what is, when I talk about computer vision, so what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Maybe video, audio, sorry, for video, audio, image, or any other things which, when we talk about CV, then the first thing that comes to your mind. Image recognition, okay? Using camera sensors and input, okay? Nice. Any more feedback? Robotic eye, okay. Object detection, yes, correct. Get car, yes. Hey, Yan Shun. I thought it's a participant. Okay, object detection, yes. A lot of people, when we talk about computer vision, they often, the first thing that comes to my mind is actually object detection, where we are dealing with your object or images. So according to the definition of computer vision, so it is a field of AI that trains a computer to interpret and understand the visual world. So by using these visual images from the cameras or videos, and by using some deep learning models, which is the machine learning thing, which I think in 2 weeks ago, Dr. Tu already talked about machine learning. And by using all these videos, images, or this machine learning system, we're actually training the machine to accurately identify or classify the objects, and then to react to what they see. So computer vision works like just like human vision, like, unless except that just that for us we have retina, we have eyes. So eyes is actually the tool that we see things. But for computer vision, we use camera. Okay, and then yeah, so this is basically the definition, the concept of computer vision. Okay, so I'll talk about the application of CV. So as mentioned by a lot of participants there, including, I think, sorry, I think Nadine, Amiruddin, Hamim, yeah, you guys talk about, and also I think there's one more called Muhammad. Yeah, Mohammed, you're talking about object detection. Yes, one of the application of computer vision is object detection. Like for example, we have this, if you look at the first image, okay, so you can actually classify the people, whether classify the object, whether this one is a traffic light, a person, or handbag, or pedestrian road, or bus, and so on. So some other application of CV, like for example, facial recognition. I believe that facial recognition is also one of the hottest topic these days, because facial recognition is actually very useful. You don't have, like for example, when you're going to office, say for example, you're going to office, or maybe you're entering your house, many people traditionally we'll use card, or maybe we are using the keys. But nowadays, a lot of people, a lot of officers, they are using this facial recognition. So they don't have to have the card, the physical card, access card, or they don't have to do their fingerprint. So by using their face itself, their biometrics, then they can simply just enter the room. Okay, but then the cost I think is actually still reasonable, still affordable lah. Okay, facial recognition or facial detection system. Then the next application will be like autonomous vehicle. And the reason why autonomous vehicle is using computer vision is that so that it can recognize whether there's any obstacle, or maybe there's any pedestrians in front of the vehicle. So computer vision plays a very important role in the autonomous vehicle, because without this, accidents can happen very often. Because if you don't apply computer vision, then how are you going to design this autonomous vehicle? Okay, also called the self-driving vehicle lah. Okay, the next one will be the CAN defect detection system that I mentioned just now. In the manufacturing industry, we use computer vision to check whether this CAN, or maybe some other objects which is defective or not. Defective means a rosak lah. Okay. Okay, yeah. So this is that's why in these days, I think a lot of companies, they are using this system, and they can reduce a lot of manpower lah. They don't have to, they can in fact save costs also, because if you use this system, you don't basically need people to so-called monitor these objects or your products before launching it to the market. And last one will be the intruder system. So intruder system is also something where you use camera to see whether there's any suspicious person in front of your car, in your house or not. So you're using computer vision also. Say for example, if there's an intruder who is trying to break into your house, this system can actually help to capture the image of the person, and then maybe send to your phone, or maybe to alert you so that you can call the police, or you can do something to prevent to catch these intruders lah. Okay, so this is the application of computer vision. But actually, computer vision does more than just dealing with this kind of object. That's why a lot of people, when the first thing that come to their mind is actually this object detection. But beyond that, we also have this image processing plus text processing, which we also call it OCR. So like I think mentioned by Yanchun just now, the speeding ticket things. So how this what do you call this machine, or this the police, how they catch you? Basically, they'll take a photo. I think they'll take a camera, right? And then something like you can hold it, and then they will take photo when, let's say, they are in Malaysia lah, they'll be hiding at the bushes. Okay, so they take a photo, and then they'll scan your your speed, and then if let's say it's more than like maybe 90 kilometer per hour, then they'll snap a photo. And then when you look at the saman, there's basically your car plate number. So this car plate number, I believe, is not generated by the human. It's by using this OCR technology, meaning to say that, okay, when I take photo of your car, then the car plate number can be OCR, and then we can extract the data from this car plate number. Okay, same goes to I think in the market there are some solutions which is also using OCR on the document extraction. Say for example, when you like to apply for some, what do you call, let's say apply for something, okay, which requires your IC. So especially during this, I mean, during the in a 2 years time, the COVID, we cannot go out, lockdown happens. So if you want to apply anything online, you don't you basically just have to take a photo. You take your handphone, take a photo of your IC, and then upload. So whatever information in the IC or identification card will be extracted. And this is basically using OCR technology. And there's one thing which I also like to share with you all also. So in Malaysia, there's a shopping mall which is also using this OCR technology also. So I'm not sure about in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, I believe it's the same lah. So normally when you enter the shopping mall, right? So you have to drill down your camera, your windows. You tekan the button, and then you take the ticket. Only then the barrier will open up, right? This is traditional way when you enter a shopping mall. But this shopping mall, which is called Sunway Pyramid, they are easing people's life by using OCR where before you enter the shopping mall, so there will be a camera over there. So when the car is being detected, this camera will be activated to take the photo of this license, the plate number. So when it is detected, this barrier will automatically open up. Means that you don't have to drill down a window and then take the ticket. So when the camera is activated and take a photo, your plate number will also be displayed on the screen. So I can show a video over here so that you can have a clearer picture on what is this shopping mall doing, how they apply OCR technology in daily life.
No more scrambling.
Before that, I think there's no sound, right? Can you hear the sound?
Ground for change.
Yes, Jerome, we
Know
can
what I
hear the
struggle
sound.
with most?
Sorry?
Yes, we can hear you.
I mean, is the video playing some sound? Can you hear the sound of the video?
Parking in malls.
Yes.
Can. Okay, great.
How about you? Been one of those people who never and all the time spent doing something never back.
You guys are seeing the video, right? I'm sorry that I'm not sure whether it's clear enough.
We can see
Okay.
it.
Okay, so sorry. Okay, let's continue.
Sunway's introducing Sunway Smart Parking. Here's how it works. Register your car plate number into the Sunway Pyramid app or on the website. The barrier in the parking lot will open once the smart parking system scans your car plate number. No more winding down windows and stretching your arm and waiting for the barrier to open. We've partnered with all your favorite e-wallet apps so that you are able to pay with ease. No more scrambling around for change. And if you prefer to pay without an e-wallet, an auto-pay system is available as well, with the option to pay through cash or credit cards. Sunway Smart Parking, the largest fully integrated LPR system with multi-cashless payment options.
Okay, so as you can see in this video, it's actually called a smart parking system. Like I mentioned just now, there's a part where I think, yeah, this part. So for this part, it actually is the traditional process where we have to drill down our window and then take the ticket. And you can see that there's actually a camera over here. So it will scan the plate number and then being displayed here, the what do you call the data or the lights, the plate number. Yeah, you can see it's display over here. So they're actually using OCR technology to extract the data from the plate number, which I think is very cool because I don't like the process of tuning down the window, take the ticket. This will take a lot of time. Yeah, that's the reason I quite endorse this smart parking system in this shopping mall. Okay, so next we have.
No more winding down.
Okay, so next we have. Okay. So other than this object image that we mentioned, like the docs or images, we can also do this OCR thing on document, like IC, passport. In Indonesia, I think it's called KTP, right? Kartu, something. I forgot the name, sorry. And also we can do it on the balance sheet or even the company statement as well. So in this, what we call digital document extraction, there are actually two types of document. One is called a native document, and the other one is called a non-native document. So this non-native document basically means images with the extension of JPG, JPEG, PNG, TIFF, or even some PDF, which consists of the images. So this is what we call as a non-native document. And for the native document, it's something like a document where you can actually, when you're trying to highlight the text, it's highlightable. This is what we call as native document. And if you are dealing with this native document, the normal what we call the Python libraries that we are using is called the Go script or the PyPDF2. And for the non-native document, we are using TvExtract OCR. Okay, so if you are dealing with this non-native document, there are actually a few OCR tools that we can use, and I'll talk about it later. All right, so I guess that's end the session of this, the part of the native document extraction. So before going on to the practical part, is there any questions regarding the theory of AI or maybe the computer vision? Oh, before that, sorry, I forgot there's one thing also. So as I mentioned just now, native document, actually, in native document, there are also three types. One is called the digital PDF, scan PDF, and also searchable PDF. So just for information, actually digital PDF means something which is a true native PDF. Like I mentioned just now, when you're trying to highlight the the text in the PDF document, if it is highlightable, there's a high chance that this is the digital PDF. Okay, provided that if the logo is not highlightable, because pure PDF simply means that it is generated by using some software such as Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, which you convert the original maybe Word file or PPT file to a PDF. And that's what we call as digital PDF. So normally there will be no noises or pixelation in the digital PDF because you are purely using computer to generate the text. You are not using any images. Okay. And then next one we'll call the scan PDF. So scan PDF is the examples of this non-native PDF, meaning to say that even though it is a PDF file, but it contains images. When you're trying to highlight the word, it cannot be highlighted. And also there's one characteristic where you can look at this, there's a pixelation or noises around the words. So if you ever encounter this, then of course it is definitely a scanned PDF, and you can use OCR technology to get the data from the document. And lastly would be this searchable PDF. This searchable PDF, I will call it a fake native PDF. Why do I say so? Because this searchable PDF, or also known as this semi-native PDF, it is actually a scanned PDF version, but I use OCR technology to get the result, and then I just put it on top of it. So that's why I would say this one is actually a fake native, because even though this document can be highlighted, but it is a searchable PDF, because originally it is a image PDF, it is a scanned PDF. Just that maybe when the people convert it to PDF file, maybe the tool they are using already have the OCR, so the OCR will be used to extract the data and then put it on top of it. So this is what we call a searchable PDF. And the characteristic of searchable PDF is that the result may not look as good as it is on the document. Say for example, let's say it should be Lim Junrong, okay? In a PDF, it contains the words Lim Junrong. But there's a high possibility that this kind of searchable PDF, they will give you a result, like maybe there'll be some extra spaces or whatever thing in between the text. So that's why when we're dealing with this kind of fake native PDF or searchable PDF, we have to use OCR technology, which is TvExtract, or maybe some other tools like doctr to extract the data. Okay, so this is the end of the part of this native document extraction. So is there any questions from the floor regarding this native PDF? Native document, sorry. If there is none, then I think we shall move to the practical part, because it seems like I mean, yeah, theory is normally very boring. Like even during my time in the school, when teacher is talking about theory thing, I normally just daydreaming lah. Okay, I understand that. Okay, all right. So if there's no questions regarding the theory part, then we shall move on to the practical. Is that all right? Is there any response from anyone? You can just type okay or yes or anything. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Reza, Mohammed. Okay, great. So I think yesterday Windy already sent an installation guide to everyone, right? So just a quick check. Has everyone installed the necessary libraries or the tool, I mean the software, the Go script, or maybe Yen Chun also has another one which is called the TvExtract thing. Yes, okay, great. Then we shall just move on to the practical part. Okay, this one. Okay, so I'll just explain about this thing first, then later on you can try it on your own lah. And you have any question, you can also ask me. Okay, so this practical work can actually be categorized into three. Yes, you already. Yes. Anyone speaking? Or you accidentally unmute? Okay, no way. Let's move on to the practical part. So you can either use Visual Studio Code to run your program, or maybe you can use Jupyter lah. Because I think during the last session with Dr. Teo Ichi and also Dr. Sean Tan Chivi, I think they already guide you to install the Jupyter notebook, right? Okay. So the practical work can be categorized into three categories, which is the tabular extraction and also table extraction. One is by using the Camelot library, and the other one is using the tabular library. Okay, so this tabular extraction, meaning to say that we are actually using a PDF, we are using a document which is, it doesn't have any table. Give me a second, let me open up the document first. Where is it? Oh, yeah, let me open it here. Okay, I think there should be 3 PDF file if you guys already installed or download the zip file that I've sent to Windy and also to all. Okay, so this is what we call as the tableless extraction. So this is not actually a table lah, because it has no horizontal line and also vertical line. Okay. So the first thing is that we have to install the necessary libraries, and the library that we are using is called the PyPDF2. Okay, so to install that is very simple. You just have to, if you are using Jupyter to install the thing, then you have to add exclamation mark in front of this pip. Okay, so it's pip install PyPDF2, and this one is applicable to Windows user. I think for Ubuntu or Linux user, there's a different commands lah. Okay, so for that one, maybe you can try to take a look online how to install the necessary libraries. Okay, so when we are talking about image processing or document extraction, there's actually a flow. The first thing that we have to analyze the what we call the data set that we are getting. So we call it data exploration. So assuming that, let's say, okay, assuming that we are having this data set, which is called balance sheet my DS. So we first of all, we can actually try to see whether this document contains how many pages. Because maybe in the real world when we are working, maybe we have to know, like maybe your boss will ask you to extract data from which page to which page. That's why you have to do some exploration. You have to do some analysis of this document on like maybe how many pages it has and so on. So after you already install the PyPDF2, you can simply just import it, and then you can just basically dump in the PDF file. Okay, so the first part is you have to open up the PDF. Okay, once you open it, then you can use this command. You have to create an object of maybe you can just call it PDF file reader, and then you pass the file object that you have already created earlier on, this thing, you passed it, and then you just assign it to a variable. Okay, and later on, once you already have this object, then you can just simply use some parameters, like for example, in this case, we are using the num pages to get the number of pages in this document. And I believe that there are more parameters in this in this library lah. So later on, I also share some documentation about this PyPDF2 with all of you. So when you're free, you can also try to explore this thing in order to extract more, in order to analyze better about your data set lah. Okay, so after that, after doing all this, you can simply just know that, okay, in this document, we have a total of 1 pages. Okay, say for example, if the document that you are receiving has 2 pages, then you'll get 2 lah over here. Okay, and then later on, we have to also do, we can also check, okay, whether this document is rotated or not. Because in the real world, we cannot assume that whatever document that we have is always correct. Whatever, like for example, I think most of you here are university student, am I right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. So normally in the assignment, when you're doing assignment, normally we'll pick the best sample, right? But if you're in a real working environment, you can know that actually the data set that we have is very bad, dirty. It contains many, many variations. Say for example, the document is rotated or anything. So that's why we have to do a checking to make sure that the document is in the upright position before we can proceed to the next step. Okay, so as mentioned here, you can also, okay, you can also first import the library, and then later on you pass the document, you open the document, and then you use this parameter, use this command to get to see, to check whether this document, the angle of this document. So if I'm not wrong, the upright position of the document should be 360 degree, meaning to say that anything less than or more than 360 degree, it means that this document is not in a proper form. So what you can do is that you can actually fix it later on. Okay, so this code is generally for you to check whether this document is in an upright position or not. Okay, so assuming that I already have this document, which is terbalikkan 270 degree, which is like this. So when you try to run it, you can see that, oh, it is 270 degree. Therefore, it is not in the upright position. And next step, you want to fix it so that you can do the next step, which is to extract the information. Okay, so next step will be you rotate again. First of all, you have the original document, and then you declare another variable which will have which will actually store the data later on. The what do you call the new or a new document, okay, with a different name. And then later on, as I said just now, so normally a good document should have a degree of angle of 360 degree. So because you never know how much angle you have to rotate it, so you can simply just take this calculation, this formula 660 minus the orientation, means that the original angle, then you will get this rotation. So this rotation is basically the angle that you have to rotate in order to make it upright. Okay, so next step will be you open up, and then again you do some creating an object and so on. And later on, this page, because for our case we only have one pages. So if you have many other pages, you can also do the same lah, which we use for loop. And later on, this there's a part, this part. So you just rotate the document, maybe clockwise or anti-clockwise and so on. So once you already rotate it, and then you add to writer, add the rotated page object to writer, and then you store it. You open the new document that you've already declared earlier on, and then you just dump into it, right into it, so that you can get another PDF document with the upright, which is in the upright position. And later on, you just close the file, and then yeah, that's it. So in order to view that, you can just let's run it now. Sorry, let me run from top first. Okay, so you can see that this folder already contains the new PDF file, and then you can look at it. Okay, it's already being updated or rotated to its to a better position, which is 360 degree, which is in an upright position. Okay, and yeah, this is the sample of digital PDF lah, where I say you can actually highlight it, and there's no pixelation or noises around the text. So this is a true native PDF. And next we have data extraction. So once you already do the data pre-processing, data exploration thing, the next thing you can do is to extract the information out. Okay, again, we are using this PyPDF file, and then this is the this is the format. We have to first open the document, and then create an object, and then this one is the number of pages. For this part, okay, say for example, now for our document, we only have one page. So it always starts with 0. Same goes to the index. Like index, we always start with 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And same goes to this. It always starts with 0. 0 means at the first page of the document. Okay, so you just use this parameter, use this thing, and then later on you just assign to a variable, and you use dot extract text. So this dot extract text is basically for you to extract whatever information you have on that page. Because we only specify 0, that's why it will only give you the result of the first page. Okay, so later on you just print it out, and you can see that, wow, there's actually it's very messy. You can see that there's an additional white space in between the words, and it is not aligned properly to the left or whatever things. So later on, after the data extraction process, we do data post-processing. We have pre-extraction, then post-processing. So post-processing basically means you have to tidy up your result so that you can get the things that you want. Okay. And data post-processing, we have, in our case, because I don't like this thing, it has too many white spaces. So what I did is that I removed the excessive white space characters in between by using this regular expression. Okay, so this one is the result that I got just now, and then I do a strip first before I use this regular expression. So this strip function basically helps you to eliminate the leading white space and also the any white space that is behind the result. Okay, and then by using this regular expression, you can see that, oh, the result is much better. It's not that messy lah. Okay, so you can see something like this. And the last step would be, let's say, for example, in this document, okay, we just want maybe this line. We are not, we don't want everything. We just want maybe like bank balances or maybe equipment, just one row of data, okay? So what you can do is that, first of all, you just try to, this one is, just for information, this is basically a string type. So what you can do is you try to split it split this thing by this new line. Okay, meaning to say that you're actually getting a list of list of rows lah, something like this that you get. Okay, so every element here means a row, like 2017, 2016 will be the first element in this list. Then the next one will be like this one, node RM, so on lah. Okay, so you're splitting it. And then after splitting it by new line, what you can do is, say for example, you can use some interactive way by maybe I allow the user to enter the field that I want. Like for example, just now I mentioned about here we have total kitty. So let's say, sorry, okay, say for example, I just want maybe total asset. Okay, so I just dump in total asset. It has to be exactly the same. Let's say this total asset, even that if there's an S, then you have to put in S also. Otherwise, you cannot get the result. Okay. So after that, it will take the user input and then it will start to find which the list that in this list, which index has the keyword total assets. Okay. So this thing is basically how you identify the index of the element which has the word total asset. Then later on, once you already identify the index, then you can just print it out and you can see that, okay, the system is already help you to identify, okay, this row of this element has the result, total asset. So later on, the works becomes more easier lah. So what you can do again, you split this string by what you call white space. Okay, so by splitting it, you can actually get another list as well, which contains all these individual word lah, like maybe total asset, this thing. Okay, so later on, because for our case, we would like to extract the balance sheet, the one row only. So and also the format of this balance sheet is that the left hand side is always the field, or what we call as a description, and then the right hand side is the figure. There will be two figures lah. Say for example, the company has already established for many years. Then you have the current year and also the previous year. That's why you have two columns lah. But for those newly established one, of course you can only get one column lah. So for that case, we have to change our code in order to cater that case lah. Okay, so come back here. So once you already have this element, then you can split it by a white space. And then, as I mentioned, the balance sheet always has a format. So if you want to get the current figure, you can just use -1. Start from, because this one Python, we are just for information we are using Python. So Python -1 means that we are starting from the right hand side. Okay, then followed by -2, which is our previous figure, the figure of the previous year. Okay, so anything before, before that, once already done the figure thing, it left this the what do you call the description and also the note, because we don't assume this as description. So before that, we have to do a checking lah. So let's say in this row, okay, if the list -3, it is a number, it means that this one is a node. It is not it's not belonging to this description. So you can just ignore it. So this part, if let's say it is a numeric, then you just you just take everything on the left hand side until the node. Okay, but if it's not, then it's also the same lah, just that the this index thing is different lah. Okay, so this is basically the code if you are dealing with the PDF document. Okay, so I already split it out into different cells which you can run individually, or you can straight away just run this complete source code, then you can get the result. So I believe it's basically the same. Okay, so what you can try out, maybe you can try to change the field to maybe from total asset to equipment, or maybe to bank balances and so on. So this is something that I would like you guys to try out lah. Okay, so because time is running, I believe maybe like this lah. Maybe I give you guys 5 minutes time to try to get the result, and then you can just change whatever field or the description that you want, and then you just post it in this link. Is that okay? Let me get the things. Okay, so you have 5 minutes time to do that lah, because time is running. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. So this is just a simple code to if you are dealing with this kind of native document lah. But for non-native, it's much more interesting because you have different data pre-processing steps, which will be demonstrated by Yinchun later on. So meanwhile, you guys can try first, and once you're done, you can just upload your results in this Padlet. Let's see whether everyone has already done it. Oh, not yet. It's okay. You can just screenshot this part, and I think that's it. So I think I'll come back at 6:04 Malaysia time, which is in Indonesia is 5:04. Okay. Oh, Windy, do you want to play some song so that it doesn't sound that boring?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, if you have any question, also feel free to raise it in the chat box so that I can try to help out if I can. Maybe you can also try like, let's say you just leave the field blank, then what will happen? You can also try that just so that you all can see the output.
Sorry, I can start the music because you're already sharing the screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
It's 1 minute left.
Oh, never mind. Then we just leave it to maybe during the entrance session lah.
Yeah.
Because for my native document, actually, there's nothing much that I can share about because it's very straightforward. Because normally when you're dealing with image processing, the pre-processing part is the most important thing. But because for native PDF, the data is already printed on there. So it's very straightforward. You just have to extract it out without doing any much pre-processing steps lah. Okay, so there's another 1 more minute. And when I just went to 6:05. Okay, great. Oh yeah, you may want to put your name down so that I know it's you. Okay, so it's already 6:05. So is there any problem or questions that you want to ask for this first part, which is the table extraction? It's all good. Or is everyone still trying that? Seems like there's no response. Okay, and I think if there's no questions, then I think we can move to the second and third part, which I will also just briefly go through because we are running out of time. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, how to pronounce the name? Maybe when I turn on your mic so that I can know you. This
It's me, Felica Feli.
Felica.
Felica, yes. You
Okay.
can call me Feli.
Okay, nice to meet you, Feli. So thank you very much for your
Nice to meet
work
you.
here. Thank you. And so thank you, Amiruddin, Geraldo, Muhammad. Sorry again, how to pronounce it? Rule, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Rule, and also Valentino. All right. So seems like everyone is okay with that. Then I'll move on to the next part, which is the table extraction. So for this table extraction, actually there's a very, very powerful or so-called useful library that we can use. Okay. It's called Camelot. Okay. Again, what you have to do is install the necessary libraries by pip install camelot -pycb, and then also this pip install go script. So because this Camelot library is also using some other libraries, which is called go script. And once ready, install it, then you can just simply import Camelot. And also you can start. This one is also the PyPDF2. And this is the syntax of this Camelot, meaning to say that for this function, PDF, it has these few parameters. So you can actually play with, let's say you want to, for file path is definitely the file of the document. Then for pages, say for example, the document has 10 pages, but you just need the first page. Okay. And the password, I think this one is for when the file is encrypted. So you have to open up by keying in the password label, which is there are two types, I think. One is called lattice, and also one is called the stream. Okay, then this one is suppress, layout, and so on. So for now, I just use a simple one, which is I dump in the file path, and then flavor, I try lattice, or you can also try stream. It's up to you. Because I tried stream yesterday, but the result is not that good. Okay, I use lattice and page. Page because for the second data set, I think it has more than a pages. Yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry, it's only one page. Okay, so if let's say the document has more than a page, then you can just you can use this page because you want to check every single page has a table or not. But if it's just one page, then you can just put it page equals to 0 . Again, this stuff will start from 0 as well. Okay, same as the index. So after that, you can just you just assign to a table, camera.read PDF with the necessary parameters, and then you just assign to a table. Table.end means you want to know how many tables in this document. Okay, so in our document, there's only a table, I think. Yeah, there's only a table. So the result that you get is basically 1. Number of tables in documents 1. Okay. And later on, all these are actually just warning, so you can just neglect it. And unless there's an error, then you have to try to fix it. Okay, and then this table 0 means that how many rows or columns that does this table have? Meaning to say that if it's 7 means that it has 7 rows, 7 columns. Okay, and later on this passing report, you can get a report of this table by looking at the accuracy, how accurate is this, the white space and order, and which page you are referring to. Okay, so after that, you just, to get this table, to get this data frame, you can just assign table in this 0 means first page, then .df, then you get this this data frame, which consists the table, the result in the table. Okay. And also you can also, to view, I mean, if you want to do, I mean, you want to visually debug it, you can also put in this commands like camelot.plot, and then this one is the table, and then kind, I think there are 5, which is grid, text, contour, line, and join. So if you apply this code, you can get this image, which you can know, okay, whether how this camelot detect the table. You can look at line, you can know thing grid, this one is a grid, then this one join, contour means the outline of the table, the outer line, and then this one I think it's called what already? Line, they are actually the same, like grid and line, very much the same. Line, and last one is a join. Join means that you can see like how Camelot detect whether where is the table by looking at the edge. Okay, so for Camelot, it's actually very simple lah. You just have to, whenever you're working with data which has a table, then you use this Camelot library. All right, so it's pretty much the same. Simple lah. You just have to run it, and yeah, you can get a result. Or maybe you can try your own data set, which a PDF document that has table. You can also do that. Okay. Then for this one, it's very straightforward. And the last part is also table extraction, just that we are using different library, which is Tabular. So according to a research and also some findings, I noticed that actually Tabular is not as accurate or as good as this Camelot. But anyhow, you can also try it, and then you can also make your own analysis, whether you think Tabular is better or Camelot is better. Okay, but according to some researchers, many people say that actually Camelot perform much better. All right, so again, also this was very straightforward because we are just extracting the data which is in the tabular form. Okay, we just run it, or also I think I also give you guys 5 minutes time to maybe try to run it by using your own document or by using my document, and then you can just paste it in the Padlet. So I'll be back at 6:17 so they can try it out, can try to run it. I think I'll play the video, I mean the music from my side lah.
I'm starting my business, so I'm gonna write business plan. Yes, I can see it. I'm good. You will. Getting my business plan is 30 years later. Yeah. You will still write a business plan before starting business.
Can hear. Oh, I'm sorry, because I do not know how to share share the screen with music, because I believe that the music comes from my mic.
I think when you click share screen, there is an option in the bottom in left, like share sound.
Oh, share sound. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. because I rarely use Zoom.
But that's all our love will ever be. Lost hope in saving you and me. You think I'm lost, falling apart, but your lies just made a stronger heart. My life is just about to start. Now I don't need your wings to fly. No, I don't need a hand to hold in mine this time. You held me down, but I broke free. I found the love inside.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. It's okay. I think I think I'll leave it to Winnie to play the song later lah, during another session. So sorry, Funru. Right, one more minute. I think I can see someone post. Is anyone posting? Yes, great. This one I believe is you're using. I think you're using your own data set, right? Great, great, great. Thank you very much. May I know your name? Amiruddin. Okay, thank you very much, Amiruddin. So you are actually using your own data set and you can actually view the result. So from this image, you can see that the accuracy is 99.27% and white space is 13.89. Order is 1, page is 0. Okay, so I think pretty much that's it about the native extraction thing. So if you're still trying, of course, you can also still posting it in the Padlet. Otherwise, you can also do it later because now we are looking into a more interesting thing, which is we are dealing with this non-native extraction. All right. So again, I think, give me a moment. Let me get this thing again. Okay, you are seeing my slide, right? So just a quick one, just for your information, what is actually this OCR? And later on, around 6:20 something, we can move on to the project part, which will be demonstrated by Yanchen. Right. So next part, okay. So OCR meaning to say that you are actually converting the text in the image to a text. You are extracting the information out from a text. From an image, okay? So the information that I'm referring here is basically the text. Like for example, just now I gave a scenario, which is the plate number recognition thing. So the camera will detect your plate number, okay, by using the object detection thing. And then you use OCR to extract the plate number out from your license plate, okay? Then for our case, because we are dealing with document, which is like IC or company statement, all this, we can also do the same thing where we use OCR to get the data out from the document, PDF document or image document. Okay, so the general process of this OCR is that first we'll take the image, regardless of image or PDF or whatever thing, as long as it is a document, and then we will do some pre-processing step. So for this non-native thing, we have more pre-processing because OCR is dealing with image. So image, it has a lot of noises, like even the what we call the horizontal line or straight line. Just now the table thing, we also consider as noises, because if you don't remove it, when we use OCR, this line will also be extracted, and we don't want that to happen. That's why we have to do plenty rounds of pre-processing steps and also different steps to get a better result. Okay. And next we'll do the detect line and word characters and produce this part is basically about the extraction lah. We use tesseract OCR, which is there's a function, and then later on we do post processing, because sometimes, say for example, the result give you is let's say RM let's say 100.00 09. Okay, okay, let's say percent, it should be percent lah, huh? But somehow the OCR is assume that as a 9. So we have to do this post-processing part by changing this 9. Let's say if the text is end with 9, then we just swap it. We just change it to percent. But of course, with a certain condition lah. So you have to check before you do the post-processing part. Okay, and later on we just get the result. Okay, so the tool that we are using is TvExtract OCR here. And also there are also some other tools like doctr and also UiPath. So this UiPath, yesterday I had take a look at it. It's very simple lah. So it's I think coding free. Means that you just have to download the software, you just dump the document in, and then you just select something, drag and drop, then you can get the result. Okay, but for today we'll be using Python. We use coding way to get the result. Okay, which is using TvExtract OCR. And then use cases of OCR, as mentioned, finance, we have the company statement, balance sheet, or anything. And then also education, also we digitalize the physical book into a digital book. Okay. And also, if you are an iPhone user, I think iPhone also has the latest version of iOS 16, or they have this what we call OCR technology also. Say for example, if you use an iPhone to take a photo of maybe, like for example, this one lah. If you look at my screen, never mind, I cannot look at my camera. Never mind. You try to take a photo of a paper which has text. You try to take a photo. Later on, you go to the gallery and then you try to look or hold it. Let's say for example lah. Okay, this one is a photo. Then you try to use your hand and then you just press and then hold for a while. You can see that there's actually something like this one. You can copy, you can select all, you can look up. So this one, it has the OCR technology lah. So once you copy it, then you can just paste it anywhere. So Apple is also using our OCR technology. Okay, so challenges, noises. Some noises are too hard to be removed. And then OCR, it's not 100% accurate. Okay, so just for information lah, if you're using any OCR tool, there's no way that you can achieve 100%. So that's a thing that we all have to admit lah, we have to accept that. Okay, so more suitable with printed text. Let's say for example, it is a document with it's not we write it ourselves, it's a printed one. Okay, if you try to OCR an image which consists of your own handwriting text, then the result will be much it's not that good lah, because you have to train the system how to read your handwriting before you can extract the result out. Okay, image blur and glare, different font type, and then these are the some pre-processing steps. Like for example, you can do pixel brightness transformation from black to white, white to black, and then geometric transformation. Say for example, the document that you receive is not in the upright position, then you just tune it. You just try to rotate it so that it's upright position before moving to the extraction part. And later on, we have this image filtering and segmentation. We try to segment it to get the 2 persons out by using thresholding. And then we have this Fourier transform and image restoration, and morphological operation, dilation, erosion, closing, opening. So all this is basically for you to enlarge the text or shrunken the text. Okay, so you don't have to worry about all this, because all this will be indicated in your practical work. And thresholding, image shooting, and I think that's all. Okay, so let's get our hands dirty. So I'll pass the floor back to Yanchun, which is our instructor for this OCR, so that you guys can try to explore about the code instead of just the theory thing. Okay, Yanchun, are you there?
Yes, Junro.
Right,
I'm
thank you
here.
very much, everyone. So if
Okay.
you have any questions also, you can also drop a message over the chat box lah. I'll pass the floor to Yanchun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Junro, for your comprehensive sharing. Okay, so let me present a program. Okay. So has anyone already done installing so-called the environment for Anaconda? Can I see whether how much of you already installed it? How do I see the chat? Okay. Okay, so can I assume that majority of you already installed the environment? Like you already have TvExtract installed, you already have the Python environment. Besides Braziliana, yeah, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Okay, thank you, Muhammad. So, okay. Okay, thank you, Hamim. So, okay. Just in case if everyone have anything to share regarding the coding or something else, okay, I will share my Padlet for this. Okay, sure, I'm already no problem. As long as it works, right? So, okay. Firstly, for the OCR for those document, right? We got many channels like there are document which already skill aside. You have document which are noisy, and there's many lines on the document. That's why we need those pre-processing to remove the noise, so we can let the OCR system, the engine, to detect those lines that's only related to the text and the information we want. So let us start the reprocessing for the image. So we'll start by doing the deskewing, where the image is rotated like 270 degrees, 360. So since we are using Python, right, it's a very convenient and as well as it's very beginner friendly language. So we already have many open source library available there. So firstly, you can do the installation for the NumPy, the deskew, for the OpenCV as well as Matplotlib. So let me try to run the code. So from the screen, right, you can see that originally the image is like slightly slanted to the right, and by using the skewing library, right, it can detect the skewness, the angle of the rotation, and then it will fill the empty area using the black color, and the image, the text is already rotated back to the correct position. We will say the rotation to prepare for the OCR. Okay, so can anyone tell me why is the fill region is why there is the black color in the image? If you observe the code, right, do you can see anything related to the black color? Okay, so let me continue. So to explain simply, right, what we do here is we try to read. We use the library to read the image, and then we need to determine the angle. But what we do next, right, is we rotate the image. Here we got some of the parameter. Got the image take in as an array. We got the angle for the rotation, as well as we can set the background color to fill the image. That's why what you can see is 0, 0, 0, right? In so-called in the image, especially in the Python, right? Usually we represent the image using the RGB color. Okay, but in OpenCV, right, I think the order is slightly changed, which is in BGR format. So for 0, 0, 0, right, it means a black color. So we can try this code again. Instead of 0, 0, 0, you can change to 255. Now you can see that all the things can be or the image can be rotated with the right background color fill in. So you can see that this is a part of the thing where the color matters, and you can deskew the image with a clean output. And also for the image processing, right? Sometimes you do have the noises, you do have the what I think which occur very often, right, is the salt and pepper noise. So let me demonstrate for some of the code. For this one, is not salt, it's another kind of I just want to demonstrate the effect of the image filtering. So you can see that during the image filtering, it can blur out the details if you want. This is the type of transformation. And I think I will thoroughly show difference between each of the image blurring method, right? Okay, so okay. This is the original image, and you can see that all of those image smoothing method has different use case, right? But what I like to emphasize is, especially for the Gaussian blur, as compared to the other blurring method, right? We can see that it preserves the corner of the image better than the others. For example, for mediums, you can see that already you lose many of the details of the image. But in the Gaussian blur, you can see that it got more corners. You can preserve the corner better than the other. So far, sorry, you cannot see the image. Okay, let me check my screen. I think I will share my whole screen instead. Okay, so let me see. So okay, to recap, right? Just now what we try, one of the thing we try, right, is already we changed the originally you can see the rotated image is with a black color as the part of the image background. But because of color coding, where you can see that it is 0, 0, 0, and it means that you want to fill the background after you do the rotation using the black color. So in case of you want to solve the problem and you want to fill with white color, right, you can change it to 255, which means it is white. And you can see that after the rotation, the background is filled with white color. Okay. The second thing we just now go through, right, is the different image smoothing method. You can see that there are different type of image smoothing method, but one of the few things, right, is you can see that there are different blurring. The effect of blurring are different. For example, you can see that Gaussian blur and the bilateral filtering can preserve most of the corners, the dots in the image. But for the median and the averaging, which has been known more better for solving the salt and pepper noise, they blur much more and did not preserve those edges as compared to those two. But you can see in the internet, right? The bilateral filtering actually takes more processing time. So that's another thing you need to take in consideration when you trying to apply it in your project. Okay, so these are the things you may try it using different images, using different kernel size. You can adjust the kernel size here. Okay, Next, what I'm trying to show is the thresholding. So you can see that during the presentation by Junrong just now, we also can use the threshold to somehow like split out the region in the image when there's white and black color. So I will try to explain it as clear as possible. So for the thresh binary method, right, it is like you try to threshold it using a single so-called a limiter. In this case, we use a 127, where we split the image into the two. The one which the value in the image where it is above 127, it will become white. Otherwise, if it is under 127, it will become black. This is the binary threshold. But otherwise, for the binary inverse, the effects are reversed. And also you can see there's thresh truncate method where the color intensity, the black in the image, when it is over 127, the color will continue to flow until the end. And you can check the effect of the other thresholding method. This to 0 and this inverse. Okay. So next we can have the erosion. So by erosion, right, it means that we want to erase, especially in the black and white image, right? We want to erase those more of the white pixel from the character when you can see that the character in the image become thinner, and as this character on the right hand side, there's a black space in it, so it almost disappeared. So this is the effect of the erosion. For the dilation, right, the effect is inverse, where you can see that most of the things are dilated, and you can see that the black space inside the image are filled in. So both of the character has become so-called bolded. So this is the effect of the dilation, where it bolded things. It expands the white pixel in the image using the based on the kernel size. So next is the effect of the opening. Okay. So by opening, right, what it actually do in the background, right, it is the combination of two image transformation method, which is erosion and followed by dilation of the image. Okay, so in the case where you can see that you want to remove maybe some of the black noise in the background or some of the black dots, maybe you can apply some inverse operation, like we'll talk about that later. So to remove some of the black white noise in the background, like you can also apply the opening method. As you can see, the white noise are removed while preserving the J character. You can see right here. Yeah. So the last one we will talk about is closing. So for the closing, you can see the effect are quite similar to the dilation method, but it did not bold the things as much as the dilation, but it only bold the inside of the character when the character is made of white and the inside of the character are made of black. Okay. So it remove all those white pixels, and then but it also did not bold the character. Right. So you can say that the opening did not bold the character as much as directly using the dilation method, as you already apply the erosion. Next, we would like to talk about how when you're combining different image transformation operation, right? You can achieve some of the things you want to do, can remove some of the noise you want to remove. For example, when you see in the image, you can see that the paper is a bit of wrinkle. You can say that it's wrinkled. But when you do OCR, right, the lines matter, as the engine take in lines as some of the information. So to remove all the background, you can apply some of the thresholding as well as the blurring method. So to explain this function, right, first we begin it with a medium blur, and then we'll get the foreground of the image by removing the blur data from the image. So we are only left with the foreground, which we only leave with the text, the image in the foreground. Then we use this operation to set anything in the foreground that is value bigger than 0. It means when it is not black, we set it to black. Okay, this is basically the thing is do. Then this is the output. You can see that while we lose some of the information, we lose some of the data in the image, most of the text, most of the shape, the edge of the character are still there in the image. So in this way, you can do the OCR without interrupted by those wrinkles in the image. Next, we have the medium blur. This is another method when you can try. Let me check what's going on. Could not a bit of problem. Change the code for a while. Okay, so in this case, right, why we have a problem before doing the OCR is you can see that there's some so-called a watermark behind the image, behind those text, right? So it will surely affect the OCR, where maybe those characters in the watermark, such as the neighbor, you can see that the birds, the result may be affected. So to remove those watermark, right, you can use a different method, but we also use the medium blur with some subtract as well as the bitwise operation. Basically, this is the result after we remove the background. Okay. This is another way that we can do the background removal. So okay. So to demonstrate one of the use cases for the image preprocessing, we go through this very quickly. So this is the original image for a receipt. Although it's empty, but we just try to extract as much information as from these images. So you can see that it's a form for return receipt for goods for a company for ABC Corporation. So when we try to do the OCR, right, by using the image, you can see that some of the characters are being extracted correctly, right? So excuse. Okay. Right side is my image. So while most of the characters are written correctly, written like the title, you can see that some of the words such as the quality, the words below the quality side, the numbering, they somehow get something like a go, something as that. Well, it should be just numbering. So this is the effect where there's line affecting the OCR. So that's why we need to do some pre-processing, remove the lines before you do the optical character recognition. So first, what we try, okay, I don't know what I said just now, right? Before you do the OCR, you also need to convert it to gray rescue, and then you can do the OCR. But okay. Okay, firstly, what we're doing here is we're doing the thresholding to remove some of the maybe the light noise, the very light gray noises. And also we do the inverse method. So those which are in white, in the black will be in white, and then those are white will change to be black. This is the inverse method with the thresholding. And then we try to remove some of the horizontal lines. Okay, you can see that some horizontal lines has been removed. We also remove the vertical lines after the operation. So when we're trying to do the OCR, right, this is the result we get as opposed the first one. So, sorry, this is not. Let me check the code again. Vertical. So when we try to do the sorry. So after we do the transformation, right, you can see that after remove the vertical line, remove the horizontal line, while most of the line are being removed, you can see that the heading is already affected by the pre-processing we do. That's why we have those SI, LICS, which you can see that OCR already affected. But the good thing, right, is we already can get the numbers correctly. Below the quantity, for example, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them, most of them can be get correctly, scanned correctly by the program. So you can try this during your free time. You can check. Since we are nearly out of time, right? You can also check. Maybe there's some useful tutorial online YouTube. So other than that, I think that's all for my practical part. So I will leave the sharing session for the TvExtract. Junrong, thank you. So Junrong, are you there?
Before that, why not we give the participants some time to do the practical work, then they can upload it to the Padlet, like around maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Then later on, after this, and then I will be demonstrating a very simple our TvExtract product so that we can let you know what is actually our company doing and also what kind of solution that we're providing. So maybe for now we can just give the participants some maybe 5 minutes to complete any part of the work so that you can also share it in the Padlet so that we can learn together. We can see the output together.
Yeah, okay. Then I think we will have 5 minutes time for the practical.
So we'll just come back at 6:55. So see whether Windy still wanna play some song. It's up to you. It's up to you.
I think I will just leave it to you.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Well, give me all you got, don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you.
Okay, hi. So is everyone already tried the practical? So yeah, I can see that some of the participants already posted some of their findings, right, for the image processing. So Risky doing some preprocessing with the turtle image, and thank you, Risky. And there's some median blur. Okay, thank you, Chris Man, for your work, and thank you, Muhammad. What Muhammad doing here, right, is he doing the inverse operation for the images. That's why you can see that the white and the black are inverse this output. And then, yeah, finally some see Ameridine. He's trying the processing with a different image where he downloaded from the internet, I believe. So basically it shows all the processing using a different method, like the original blurring. After segmentation, what is the effect for the image? Okay. So thank you, Ameridine. Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you, Chris Man. And thank you, Risky. Yeah, I don't know, is everything all right for the TvExtract?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for work, everyone. So I'm sorry for rushing this, as I don't think we have enough of time. So I'll pass the sharing session to Junrong right now. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So for the just now the practical work about OCR, maybe if you have time, you can also try it after the session. And you have any questions, always feel free to come to us. We'll try our best to assist you. Okay. So before we end the session, there's actually something that we'd like to share with you all also, which is the TvExtract solution that we have been talking about many times. So this is what before that is my screen being presented.
Yes, Junrong.
All right. Okay. So this is basically our company name, Technology Visionaries. So we are working on providing some AI solution to our customers, including this document extraction, as well as recently we are also working on this facial recognition thing, where it's called identity verification, where let's say you want to apply for a bank account. So instead of going to the bank physically, all you can do is basically to upload your document up and then take a photo of yourself. Then what we will do is to verify whether the person in the photo is the one in the IC or not. And later on, we'll approve your application or you just reject it. But for now, I'll just demonstrate what we have for this OCR technology. Right. So we basically have a lot of categories in here. We have statement, bank statement, employee statement, utility statement, company statement, business document, certification, Malaysia or even Indonesia certification. Then person ID, we have Malaysia, Indonesia, or even the Cambodia person ID, like the KTP or the IC card. Okay, so I'll try to demo like, let's say we want to extract the data or the information from the native document. So I'll be using the same document which I shared with you all just now, which is a balance sheet thing. So once I already preview this page, this document, I can just click submit and then it will start to run. Okay, so the data will be actually displayed here. So just now, if you realize that actually the data set, it has 20 overviews, okay? But I only extract 10 fields, okay? Assuming that this is the default one, this is the first 10 I want, okay? We have this, okay, we have this other receivable, so on. So assuming that, okay, I want current tax liabilities, okay? Current tax liabilities. So what I can do is that I can just simply change a field by maybe copy paste it and then just paste it here. Current tax liabilities. I can just basically, what I mean is that I'm trying to change the field so that it can also help me to detect and extract the relevant information from this data set. Okay, another thing, let's say I try total liabilities as well. Okay, and another thing, let's say I put in a field which is not in the document. Let's say I put 1, 2, 3. Okay, I click submit. Okay, if you look at the figure, let's say we just memorize the first one, 4 million. Okay, submit. Okay, it has been updated. So it's correspond to the actual value, which is just now, I think it's a current tax liabilities over here. Okay, 126,826 and 280,203. Same goes to the second data set, which is the total, second field, which is total liabilities. Also, it has been correctly and accurately extracted. Okay, total liabilities over here. You can see that it's 385, and then 368. Okay, so for the third one, just now I purposely put in a wrong field, and of course there's nothing being extracted lah, because it is not found in this document. Okay, so this is our solution for the native document extraction. Well, I'll also demo the other one, which is the personal ID. Say for example, we take Malaysian personal ID passport. Okay, so this is the passport, and then we just click submit, and then it's running. It's basically linking the backend so that we can activate the OCR engine by using the PyTestRack that we have been discussing today, which is the PyTestRack. Okay, as you can see, the type, country code, passport number, everything has been been extracted correctly. So this is what our company, TvExtract Technologies, together with ICStar, what we are doing for our product. So this is what our product basically is lah. Okay, so I guess that brings us to the end of the session today. And I think, yeah, I'll pass it to Windy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Junrong and Mr. Yanchun, for your time. It's lovely to have you with us to share more about the TvExtract. I hope this all are enough to participate here, and maybe if some people here still have any question related to the topic or TvExtract, you can directly contact the committee team and we can help to list it down and share it to our trainer here for the answer. If there's enough for you, then before we end this training, we'll take the documentation. For you guys who haven't opened the camera, please kindly open it. And Jessica, can you help me to take the picture?
Okay, there's a slide here.
Wait, Junrong, can you stop the share screen?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let me take a picture from slide 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Slide 2, 1, 2, 3. Last slide 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for today. See you next
Thank
week.
you, everyone. So I'm so
Thank
sorry
you.
that we are a bit rushed today because we are out of time. But always, if you have any questions, you can come to me. I already put down my email there and also my LinkedIn, or you can also contact Yanchun. We are always free to assist you. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.